Good morning and welcome to the Guadalupe County Youth Show. We're going to get our goat show started this morning. We're going to start with our national anthem by Mr. Vaughter.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Mr. Vaughter. We appreciate that. Joel Frederick, the chairman of our GOAT committee, is going to give us an opening prayer.
Good and gracious God, Lord, we give you thanks for today. We give you thanks for this opportunity to work with the youth. We give you thanks for getting everyone here safely. There were some struggles, but God, you hand your hand of protection on some of those people that struggled to get here, and we thank you for them and their safety. Father, we ask for showmanship first and foremost, sportsmanship. We ask that you just continue to watch over us, guys. Take these lessons that they learn here in the ring, in the barn, and apply them to life. Father, we thank you most of all for your son, Jesus. His name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Joel. We will get started with our breeding does. We have broken the lightweights, or the class 1 into lightweight and heavyweight. And so they should be lining up the lightweight breeding does class 1 now. While they're getting lined up, we'd like to introduce our judge today. Jessup Yearling grew up in a ranch in a ranch near the community of Rock Springs, Texas. He obtained a bachelor's degree in animal science and a minor in business administration from Texas A&M. And while he was there, he was a member of many-time champion 2007 livestock judging team. He received a master's degree in animal science from Angelo State University. Jess has judged market goats and lambs at numerous shows across the nation, including the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, San Antonio Livestock Exposition, Kansas State Fair, State Fair of Texas, Iowa State Fair, Kentucky State Fair, the Dixie National, and a multitude of others. He is currently employed as the branch manager for Texas Farm Credit in Uvalde, where he and his family also raise commercial cattle and club lambs. We're happy to have you today, Jess. Thanks for coming and helping us. Coming into the ring now is the lightweight class 1 of the breeding does. With 6 entries.
Good morning, folks. Really a pleasure to be here with you today, and a nice way to start off our show this morning with a good set of females. I think a really nice set of breeding does, top to bottom, some good ones in here. And I think that the young lady's doe kid that sorts up for me has some advantages in terms of the shape that she offers through her center rib and the center part of her skeleton. She's the widest base goat we have in class, and she's the one that, to me, is the roundest and most attractive in terms of her body shape. I think that this one is one that has some advantages in terms of her rib. That shape that she offers there lays the foundation for the most mass and muscle on the top side of her skeleton. And while you can say all those terms you want about mass and muscle and dimension, she's also pretty feminine through her front 1/3. If we could change that one a bit, we'd make her probably a little more flexible off both ends of her skeleton, maybe make her tie her neck into the top of her shoulder a bit better. But that's a high quality one that's really good in her body and her type and kind, and one that can lay down and have some babies that'll be competitive in the show ring. The young lady's doe kid that comes second behind her, I think this one has some advantages. You set that one in motion, she's probably a little more flexible in terms of her rear leg. She's got a great big end to her. She's got lots of mass on the outside of her stifle. You get off to the side of this one. She's a little flatter. She's a little deeper. She's a little more conventional in her type and kind. She doesn't have that extra round body shape. She doesn't have that extra center to her that we see in the doe kid ahead of her in class. But she is one that certainly has muscle and has volume, and one that really is extended and ties her neck in well at the top point of her shoulder. This predominantly white goat that comes third has some really good pieces as well. I think she's the narrowest of the top three, but you get your hands on her. She's very firm. She's very fresh. She's expressive. She's the flattest in her rib of the initial trio. You get around behind her. She's probably the narrowest in her pin set. That said, this one certainly has some shape, has some tone, some definition. She has some look from the outside. I just wish she was a little stouter, especially off of her rear leg and in her pin set as compared to the two that precede her in class. I think she's probably a little better looking from the outside than the goat that comes second. So a good initial trio there. From there, we start working our way into some goats that probably just don't have quite as much shape to them in terms of their center body, and then correspondingly don't have as much muscle on the top sides of their skeleton. I think the doe kid that comes next, a young lady in the pink vest there, I think that one's relatively good in terms of just having some flexibility about her spine. She's pretty feminine through her front 1/3 and handles her feet and legs well enough. That one, just compared to those above her, just doesn't have that roundness to her rib. She doesn't have that width through the center part of her skeleton that we see in those stouter made ones above her in class. The young lady in turquoise has a very long, extended one. This one probably has a performance advantage in class, meaning that she's one of the taller fronted ones that's really long, really extended. But this one's a little flat in terms of her body. She wants to be plainer in her rear leg, narrower from behind, a little frailer at the surface than is ideal. Then the young lady's a little doe kid that rounds out the class. I think this one's at a big disadvantage today just in terms of size. She just doesn't have the power that we see in some of those others. That said, she's pretty well made. She's attractive from the outside, and despite being really green, she touches with some tone and some definition on the top side of her skeleton. Again, good set through and through. Appreciate these kiddos and their work with these does. Y'all give them a hand as they exit, please.
Results from Class 1, 6th place, Chloe Atsker from Marion FFA. 5th place, Chloe Atsker from Marion FFA. 4th place, Bella Sanderson from Navarro FFA. 3rd place, Brinley Bierstead, New Berlin 4-H. 2nd place, Emma Bagley from New Berlin 4-H. And our class winner was Paisley Ingelke from Navarro 4-H. Next into the ring will be our heavyweights from Class 1, and there are 6 entries in this class also.
Well, another nice set of females, and depending on where you want to place your emphasis, you probably jumble this one up a little bit. There's definitely some differences out here. I think that the young lady's doe kid that sorts up, I think that one's really good in terms of her foot and her leg. I like the base width that she offers off both ends of her skeleton. I like the athletic look that she offers. Certainly one that's round in her rib. You touch this one, she doesn't disappoint. She's got some flesh on her while still being trim. I think she really has some advantages in terms of the way she carries her spine and the way she handles her rear leg when you go in motion. I think she's a functional female that really has a lot of look, has some muscle to go along with that, and I think that's the kind that, if I was trying to raise goats, would be the kind that I think would probably propagate the kind of offspring that would be the most useful and the most competitive down the road. Young lady's goat that comes second, I think that this one is really big top. She's really fresh. She's probably the biggest loin goat we have in class. As compared to the goats on either side of her, she's not as good at her top line. I think maybe to me, one that probably just needs an extra shot of rib shape to beat the goat that's ahead of her in class, needs to be a little better right behind her shoulder to beat the goat that's right ahead of her in class. But this one's really stout down her top, like the power that she offers through her center body. You get around behind her, she has some depth to her twist and some muscle on the outside of her leg. She's probably just not quite as smooth in terms of her pattern, not quite as well put together as the one that's really sound and functional right ahead of her. The goat that comes third, I think one that you got to like for the maternal sweep she has to the flank, for the center body that she offers. I think a doe that probably is as sound in terms of her feet and legs as anything we have out here. Maybe not quite as wide off of her back too as some, but certainly one that has some balance, some eye appeal, some design and practicality to her in terms of her skeleton. You touch this one, she's a little disappointing for as big and stout as she is in terms of her build and look from the outside. She doesn't have near the shape and the product and the muscle that we see in the two goats above her, especially when we handle this one right behind her blade. This still being pretty tough on a high quality one that looks good from the outside. The young man's paint goat that comes forth has some pieces that I really like. This one's rock hard. Really like the tone and the touch and definition of muscle shape that this one has. You set that one in motion or even standing. She wants to get a little tighter and more restricted in her top line. We'd like to correct her there and make her more loose and flexible in terms of her skeleton. You watch this one track off of her rear too. She wants to get really narrow off of her rear leg as she goes. We'd like to correct her there. The goat that comes next, I think one that wants to be a little off in terms of the way she's put together. I don't think that this one balances up as good as some that we see. You step around behind her. She's one that wants to narrow up a bit from hooks to pins. Wants to be a bit narrow off of her back too, especially when we set her in motion. All that said, she's got some body. She's got some depth. She's got some center to her. I think she's still high quality despite falling fairly low in class. And then the young ladies goat that rounds out this group, super long, super extended, really feminine through her front 1/3. For me, just not enough center body. She doesn't have enough rib shape. Correspondingly, she doesn't have enough width, stifle to stifle. Just need to see that one cracked open and wider base for her to do well under me. Good set, though, through and through. I can tell these kids have spent a lot of time with these projects, and they're high quality. I appreciate their work. Y'all give them some love as they exit, please.
Results for heavyweight class 1, 6th place, Eleanor Forsberg. Eleanor's from Clemens 4-H. 5th place, Ella Lott from Marion FFA. 4th place, Paisley Inglekey from Navarro 4-H. 3rd place is Mason Lott from Marion FFA. 2nd place is Maisie Bierstead from New Berlin 4-H. And 1st place was Paisley Inglekey from Navarro 4-H. We'll now judge for our champion of the Class 1 does. This is our youngest class of does. Coming into the ring for consideration is our 2nd place animal out of the lightweight class, Emma Bagley. 1st place from the lightweight class was Paisley Inglekey. 2nd place out of the heavyweights is Maisie Bierstead. And 1st place out of the heavyweight class is Paisley Inglekey.
Well, here in this first division of does, I think that the lightweight being shown by the young lady in the yellow sweater, I think that one has some advantages out here, and just in terms of width and muscle. This one's really bold in her rib. She's really stout in terms of her rear leg. She's got lots of power. With all that power, I think comes a few power problems. She's probably not as smooth in terms of her design and the way she gets around the ring as some we have out here. But she's certainly one that you got to love for the width that she offers. I think she's pretty handily the biggest ended, pretty handily the biggest top. I like her for her rib shape. If we could combine her with some of the others out here in terms of her flexibility and front 1/3 and the way she ties her neck into her shoulder, I think you can make her better. But it's hard to get around one that's that stout and good in terms of her body. The Gotha was second in the lightweights. Kind of corrected that class winner. She's really long and extended. Her front 1/3 ties in good up there at the point of her shoulder. One that really is pretty flexible off of her back too. She doesn't have near the rib shape. She doesn't have near the topside power and mass that we see in the real stout one that beats her today. But that's a good functional female that pretty sound in terms of her feet and legs. Then in the heavier weight class, doe kids, I think that the breeding doe that sorts up there, I think she's just real sound and functional. She's good in terms of her feet and legs, handles her body well as she gets around the ring, is good in her top line, pretty flexible off both ends of her skeleton. She probably doesn't have that extra punch in terms of center body and mass in her rear leg that we saw in the lightweight class winner, but she's really good looking and really sound, probably a little more feminine in the way she's put together, especially as you read her through her front 1/3. I think if you blow her up in terms of her flank, drop her in her flank, just give her a little more maternal sweep and look to her, I think she's really, really competitive out here. That's a high quality one that's put together very well. Second place in that heavier weight class, the young lady in the purple shirt there, I think that one is really expressive. I think that one probably has the advantage in terms of loin shape as compared to any goat out there. Probably like to see that one a little better right behind her shoulder. She wants to get a little off in terms of her top line. Probably not as true and square in terms of her rear leg as the goat that beat her in class today, but still a really nice doe. I think all four of these are good. I'm going to take one last look, and I'll shake the hands of the exhibitors that hold the two that I prefer in this division, and we'll go from there. But good job to everyone that has showed a doe kid so far. Really good set.
Champion lightweight or champion class 1 doe goes to Paisley Inglekey. And the reserve from the class 1 does also goes to Paisley Inglekey. Next up will be our yearling does in class 2. There should be 3 entries in our next class of does.
Well, a really stout doe to win this class. I think that's a doe with the chrome on the top of her hip. I think she's got some true power and mass to her. You get right up on top of this one and handle her down the top side of her skeleton. She's very muscular. I think she's got an extra bit of punch as you read her through her chest floor. I think she just has that extra width that I'm searching for today in terms of mass. And then at the same time, she's still pretty feminine. She's a moderate kind of a doe that's not extra growthy. I'd like to change her there, maybe like to stouten her in terms of her leg. I make her a bit wider, tracking off of her back too, but it's really hard to get mad at one that's still good in their flank, certainly has a lot of shape and muscle, handles her feet and legs and her spine pretty well when she goes. That's a good complete doe that's got lots to her. The doe kid that comes second, or doe rather that comes second, I think that this one's given up too much shape through her center, given up too much muscle. Certainly one that's long and extended, higher performing in terms of growth curve, but one that's just too narrow in terms of her gauge to sort up and beat the really stout one that stands ahead of her. Young lady's goat that comes third is pretty similar to the goat in second. I think that this one's probably a bit more elevated and attractive through her front 1/3, but you get around behind her or read this one through her chest. She's the narrowest of the trio, and I think just has the least center to her today. But still, again, a doe kid that's real long, real extended through her front 1/3. We just got to make that one stouter in her type and kind. Good set. Appreciate y'all bringing them out.
Results from Class 2 on the does. Third place, Tinley Grumbles from Navarro FFA. Second place, Tinley Grumbles from Navarro FFA. And first place, which is going to be our champion of the yearlings, is Maisie Bierstead from New Berlin 4-H. Our mature does are coming in. It's a single entry, McKenna Kelm. As he judges this class, we'd like to acknowledge our buckle donors. Our champion doe buckle is donated by Gurman Goats, Stephen Gurman, Precinct 4, Guadalupe County Commissioner. And our reserve champion doe is Rollo Insurance from Monica Thomas.
Well, a pretty nice single entry here. I think this is a doe for Asian stage. Has some good things that you can say about her for sure. She's base wide. She's stout at the surface. Certainly one that's got some turn to her rib. Has some power in terms of her leg. Has some flank to her. I think pretty attractive from the outside as well. I think that's a fairly functional female that handles her feet and legs well and is pretty good in her spine when she goes. Pretty attractive in terms of her general build. Nice single entry. Appreciate you bringing her out. Y'all give her a hand, please.
Congratulations to McKenna Kelm. Coming back into the ring for the overall champion and reserve champion doe consideration. Our reserve champion Class 1 doe is Paisley Inglekey. Champion from Class 1 is Paisley Inglekey. Reserve champion in Class 2 is Tinley Grumbles. Champion from Class 2 is Maisie Bierstead. And our champion from Class 3 is McKenna Kelm.
Oh, we've seen some nice females here in the breeding doe show. I think those two doe kids are really a neat pair. I think there's some trade offs there. The one that I used to start, just ultra round in terms of her rib, really really stout in terms of her rear leg. She's got the power advantage out here in terms of just mass and center. I think that probably has the best shape in terms of her rack and the most width and stoutness in terms of her loin. She's easily the widest and stoutest in terms of her rear leg. As we compare her to others in class, and especially the second and in that division, I think she's one that's a little tighter wound. We'd like to make her tie her neck into the point of her shoulder a bit higher. We'd like her to be more flexible in terms of her skeleton off both ends, but certainly one that you have to appreciate for the stoutness that she offers in terms of her skeleton. And I still think in an acceptable package in terms of her balance and femininity from the side and through her front 1/3 of her skeleton is acceptable to me, and really like her for her extra stoutness. The goat that was reserved, Doe Kid, I think probably corrects that division winner, that she's big-footed, heavy-boned, a lot more flexible off both ends. Probably not quite as wild in terms of her body shape, but certainly one that's very sound and true. And I think if you cross those two together or put those two together, I think you have one that's really, really special. Then in the second division, I think this chrome hip doe, I think one that you gotta love for the way that she touches. She's really muscular on the top side of her skeleton. She's got some base width as you read her through her chest. In terms of criticisms, I think maybe one that's a bit frailer in terms of her bone work as compared to the goats around her. I think one that probably could stand an extra bit of base width off of her back too. Maybe like to see her a bit growthier in terms of her growth curve. Maybe like to see her a bit bigger in her typing kind. But still one that you gotta love just for the mass, the center that she brings, and the quality of touch that she brings, while still remaining adequate in terms of her femininity and her look from the outside. A goat that was second in that division, I think one that probably for me just needs an extra scotch of power and width. She just needs to be blown apart and have more shape to her center rib in order to move up there. And then the single entry in the third division, big-footed, heavy bone one that's got some base width, probably doesn't balance up quite as good as others we have out here. But for an older doe, I think one that you got to like for the flexibility she offers when she gets around, the stoutness of skeleton and feature that she has. It's a good quality female that's fairly hard to punch a hole in. Good set, good job to these kiddos. I'm going to take one last look and shake the hands of the exhibitors that hold the two that I prefer. But if y'all would, thank every kid that showed a breeding doe today for their work.
Congratulations to Paisley Ingolke with our grand champion doe. Now moving up for consideration is Paisley Ingolke's reserve champion, Class 1 doe. Congratulations, our reserve grand champion doe is also given to Paisley Ingolke. They're going to take some pictures, and then we're going to proceed on with our market goat show. Class 1 has 9 entries, with 7 of them placing. If anyone here wants to or needs to register as a buyer for Saturday, you can go onto the website and register online, or go to the office and ask for more information. Everyone who receives a ribbon today, so the top 7 in this first class that we'll be placing, will receive a white card. If you're planning on selling that project, they need a photo at the backdrop, and you have to turn in the white card to the office.
I'll tell you guys, lightweight market goats when it's 25 degrees outside, and these guys are so skinny and green. And, I'll just be honest with you. A lot of places I go, the lightweight class of market goats it's just not very good. I mean, that's just all there is to it. Those things are usually super skinny and don't have a lot to them, and you just don't see many that have enough quite yet, despite maybe having some future. But I'll tell you guys, top to bottom, this is as good a lightweight class, just in terms of depth and quality. There's not a single throwaway in here. There's lots of goats that have a future. There's lots of goats that have some good to them. I'm not saying they're all going to go on and win San Antonio or anything like that, but there is a lot of goats in here that are super high quality projects, and it's obvious that these kids have done a really good job and they've kept them going. There's not a goat in here that's not good handling. There's not one in here that's just absolutely withered away in the cold or anything like that. That's pretty cool for a judge to get to come in and see a bunch of quality ones that are still little like this. That's pretty neat, and I wanted to commend the kids for doing such a good job in this particular class and having so many good ones. That said, the young lady's wether that sorts up and wins, I think he does so pretty handily. That's a good one. I like his width. I like his stoutness. I like his flexibility of skeleton. I'm not saying he's absolutely the best moving one I've ever seen. I'd like to make him a little more flexible, maybe make him a little more level up the top side of his hip, but that's a goat that's plenty good for me in terms of the way he gets around the ring, and he wins pretty handily in terms of power. I like the rib shape that he has. I like the top side dimension that he has. Come in and touch that one. There's no doubt he's the biggest rack. There's no doubt he's the biggest loin. Plenty wide on both ends of his skeleton. Plenty good looking from the side. I think that's a good combination, talking of a goat that sorts up with relative ease in this group. Young lady's goat that comes second, I'd say, I don't know, but I would guess that he's one of the lighter ones in class. That thing's built right. I really like the base width he offers off both ends of his skeleton. Really like the functionality of his rear leg. Like the width and the stoutness he has in his stifle. Like the power he has down his top. Despite being really green and skinny, this guy's got some tone, some definition. He's built right. I think he handles his feet and legs really well. I think that's another one that's really high quality. He's not quite as stout, not quite as ready as the goat right ahead of him, but that's a good one that's got lots of really nice pieces and checks lots of boxes from a guy like me. The goat that comes third, I think this one starts to become a little more piecey. He wants to be a little coarser at the point of his shoulder. He wants to get a little weaker behind his shoulder as you watch him go. This one's not as flexible. He's not as true in his top line as he gets around the ring. You step around behind him, though, and this guy does have quite a bit of in shape. He's got quite a bit of loin shape. He's got quite a bit of mass and muscle. He just doesn't tie it together in as neat a package as those two wethers above him in class. From there, the young lady's goat that comes fourth. Really like this one. This is one of the skinnier goats we see in class, but you love the elevation he has through his chest and his front end. I think for as skinny as he is, he still has some pop and some tone, some definition of muscle. I think that one's better days are ahead of him. He's built really good from the side. I like his base width. I like his look from the profile. We just need to get that guy with more flesh on him for him to move up in this particular group. And I think if you feed that one hard, I think he just gets better and better. The paint goat that comes next, a young lady does a real good job showing that one. I would say that guy probably disappoints me a little in terms of his rear leg when we set him in motion. I think probably one that we just need to see with more stoutness and power to the outside of his stifle to move up in that particular class. Maybe make him a bit bolder and rounder in terms of his rib shape. Young lady there in the brown sweater, I think, has one that's handles the fundamentals of base width and stoutness of skeleton well enough. Probably a little plainer in terms of his touch. Doesn't have that pop and expression of muscle. Doesn't have that readiness that we see in some of the others out here. You get him in motion, and while he handles his feet and legs with some width and some flexibility, he wants to come apart just a little bit in his body, be a little plainer and more conventional in his shape. Young man with a predominantly white wether that comes next. I think that one is super toned up and expressive. Probably need to see this one dropped in his flank and need to see that one leveled out in his hip. Maybe make him a bit sounder and more flexible as he goes. The young lady has one the spot in his top there in the black vest. I think that one to me probably needs an extra shot of leg. When I get my hands on this one, he's one of the greener goats we have in class. Just doesn't have as much shape on the top side of his skeleton. Then the young ladies go that rounds out the class. As I mentioned, still not a bad one. I think this one's got some foot, some bone, some base whip, got some look from the outside. I think this one just has the least muscle when I come in for close inspection. Touch that one right behind his shoulder. He's not as ready. Doesn't have that stand-up rack shape that we see in a lot of the other ones out here. Really good set through and through again. I appreciate the kids. Good job. Appreciate all y'all's work.
Results from Class 1. 7th place goes to Blake Roshuber from Navarro FFA. 6th place goes to Krista Swanson from Navarro FFA. 5th place, Emma Bagley, New Berlin 4-H. 4th place, Reese Isham, Navarro FFA. 3rd place, Max Hester, Kingsbury 4-H. 2nd place, Paisley Inglekey, Navarro 4-H. And our class winner was Shiloh Purdom from Navarro FFA. Next up into the ring is Class 2. This class has 8 entries and will be placing 6.
really like this black-headed goat to start. I think that one wins with relative ease. I think that's the combination unit for sure. Like the base width and the stoutness of skeleton that this guy offers, while at the same time an attractive silhouette from the profile. I think he combines what I'm looking for in terms of build and balance, and can back it up with some tone and some touch and definition of muscle when I come in for close inspection. That one's good through his rib, and he's good on the outside of his leg. I got some base width and some stifle. I got some mass and some center to him, and he ties it together in a pretty attractive package. The goat that comes second, kind of a problem in class. This one's one of the stoutest ones, or probably the stoutest, just in terms of width, in terms of mass, muscle, and shape. You get right up on top of this guy, there's no doubt he's the biggest ended. There's no doubt he's the biggest in his loin. Really fresh handling today. One that wants to be a little off in terms of his build and balance, wants to be a little shorter coupled, wants to be a little plainer in terms of his look from the outside. We'd sure like to make him tie his neck into the top of his shoulder a bit better. Like to see him better in his top line, make him a little longer and leveler in terms of his look from the outside. But you have to love him for the power and the mass and the shape that he has. Lots and lots of product to that guy. He's very powerful. Kind of comes with some power issues, though. The goat that comes third, really skinny as compared to the two that beat him in class. This one's fairly flexible, though. Handles his feet and legs well. Certainly one that, for as skinny as he is, does have a big end to him. I like the base width that he offers. I like the flexibility of skeleton that he has. Pretty attractive when you set him in motion. And again, I just needs a little more to him. You get up on top of this guy and handle him behind his blade. He just doesn't have that shape and mass and expression of muscle. He doesn't have that width and depth of loin that we see in the really stout one ahead of him. But he corrects that second place, and then he's longer, prettier, better made from the side, more attractive in terms of his build. From there, the young lady's goat that comes fourth, I think she does a heck of a job getting this one shown. Really looks good from the profile. You set this one in motion, you start to see, at least to me, that he becomes a little too flat in his rib and too flat in the outside of his leg. Like him from profile, though, like the levelness of top line that he offers, the length and extension that he has through his front 1/3. He just needs an extra shot of power. He just needs some extra punch for me today in order for him to sort up. But again, like him for his pretty, like him for his look. The young lady's goat that comes next, one of the greenest by far in class. This guy just really needs to be more filled out and more shapely in terms of his loin edge. He needs to be dropped in his flank and more expressive in terms of his rear leg. I think that there's definitely some quality there. That guy's just not quite ready yet. He needs more mass. He needs more freshness, more shape, more power in order to sort up in this particular class. The young lady that comes next there in the black vest, I think one that's given up just a little too much mass for me today, one that could use an extra shot of leg, one that could use an extra shot of topside product and power. The young lady's goat that comes next, I think this one's a little off in terms of his build and his balance. Also, you come in and touch him right behind his shoulder, one that wants to pinch a little bit there and doesn't have the expression of muscle that I'm searching for. Then the young man's paint goat that rounds out the class, really long, extended fronted, one that's really high cut ability, but one that needs to be expanded in terms of his center body. Like to see that one rounder in his rib to lay a foundation for more muscle up high. Good job to these kids. I appreciate all their work. Y'all give them a hand, please.
Results from Class 2. 6th place, Allison Roshuber from Navarro FFA. 5th place, Lottie Owen from New Berlin 4-H. 4th place, Ava Delgado from Clemens FFA. 3rd place, Josephine Castillo from Clemens FFA. 2nd place, Harper Garcia from Navarro 4-H. And our class winner is Brinley Bierstead from New Berlin 4-H. Hold on, I'll send them. Okay, go get the judge a black coffee, please. Okay, she's working it. Yep. Next in the ring is Class 3. It has 11 entries and 8 will place. Please remember that if you receive a ribbon, you will receive a white card. If you plan on selling that project, we need a picture at the backdrop, and we need you to turn in the white card at the office.
Very interesting initial trio in this class. There's nowhere to hang your hat, at least in my opinion, because there's things about each of this first three goats that I like a lot. Some EST terms can be used on each of them. I struggle to tie one in that first position easily. I think that there's some trade-offs for sure, and I'll discuss what I see. Again, three different guys probably sort it three different ways, depending on where you want to place your emphasis today. The young lady in the purple has the one that handles the best, especially over his loin edges. This guy's big and stout at the surface. He's pretty wide off both ends of his skeleton, has a big advantage in base width through his chest floor as compared to the goat that's behind him. He's pretty wide off of his rear, too. And again, he's really bold, really expressive, really, really fresh and deep in terms of his loin edge. I think he's got a big advantage there. He's big in terms of his center. Big barrel, big rib kind of a goat that's just got a lot of mass to him, and I love that volume that he offers through his center body, and I love that volume and mass that he offers on the top side of his skeleton, especially there over his loin edge. I think that's his big advantage in class today. As you set him in motion, he handles his body and top line well enough. Certainly looks the part from the outside. My biggest criticism of this guy is the top side of his hip and his pin set. He needs to be a bit bolder in his pin set, and he really needs to be stouter on the outside upper portion of his hip as compared to the two goats that are behind him. That's his biggest fault by far, in my opinion. Young lady's goat that comes second, this is the one that I like in terms of his look and his design, his eye appeal, especially as I read this guy through his front 1/3 and the levelness of spine that he has and the flexibility of skeleton that he has. This is the one that's the most my kind. I really like him in terms of his the way he ties his neck into his shoulder. Really like the levelness he offers out the top side of his hip. I start to question this one and if he truly has enough when I get around behind him, especially when we let these girls just show him with the chain and don't drive him. I think that this guy's starting to really give some loin up. Is really starting to give some mass up in terms of his leg as compared to the goat that stands right ahead of him in class. But again, that one's front 1/3, the way he ties his neck into his shoulder and then his shoulder into his spine and the way he carries his feet and legs when he gets around. That's the EST term you use on this guy. He just needs to be bolder and stouter. Just needs to have an extra bit of punch, especially when I come in and handle him as compared to the goat that's right ahead of him. Goat that comes third, I think this one's probably as wide and as stout made as any we have in the class. He comes with some problems, though. This guy is really wanting to get straight in terms of his rear leg, one that wants to get a little tighter and more restricted as we set him in motion. This young lady does a really good job showing him, and while he is really round in his rib and he is very stout through his center body, this guy's a little disappointing when you get right down to it in terms of his handle quality. He doesn't have that width and that stoutness and that depth of muscle that we see in the young lady's loin edge that wins the class. He doesn't have the balance and the symmetry and the design and the functionality of skeleton, especially off of his rear leg as compared to the goat that comes second in class. There's a lot of guys that may start this one just because he is so incredibly wide. I would say he's on the verge of too much off of his rear leg. We need to correct him in the way he handles his hock. We need to give him more angle to his rear leg, make him travel with more functionality and soundness. Give him a little fresher topside shape and power as compared to the goat that wins. And again, make him sounder, make him more attractive as compared to the goat that comes second. So really challenging initial three. Again, you can jumble that up, but those girls did a really good job showing them. I told them they made my job really, really challenging and hard. The young lady's goat that comes fourth is no slouch. I think that this one's very level. This one's got some freshness and some expression of muscle. I think where this guy falls out is just his power. You get around behind him, I think that he's given up too much mass in his rear leg. He's a little plainer in the outside of his leg. He's a little plainer in his body shape in general, in fact. But I do like him for his levelness. Certainly one that has handles with some freshness and expression of muscle as well. A young lady's goat that comes next, I think one that's big-footed and heavy bone, pretty fresh, honestly. Gets a little flatter about his body, gets a little off in terms of his build and his balance as compared to the really level-made one right ahead of him. A predominantly white goat that comes next. I think one that's getting a little flatter and plainer in his design as well. One that for me probably needs an extra bit of balance and proportionality, probably needs an extra bit of punch and muscle for him to sort up. As we start working our way down, we run into several goats that I think just needs to be expanded through their center body. They need to be stouter in terms of their rear leg, need to have more base width or more shape and muscle on the top side of their skeleton, just extra skinny, extra green today. I think all of these, though, balance up pretty well from the outside. They just need some more time on feed. That while they may be good in terms of their levelness, they may be good and extended, their super high cut ability, but it almost works to their detriment, or it does work to their detriment because they just need more flesh, more muscle, more power, and a class of good ones like this. Congrats to all the kids. Really appreciate their work. Y'all give them a hand as they exit.
Results from Class 3. 8th place, Carly Alvarado, Marion FFA. In 7th place, Abigail Owen from New Berlin 4-H. 6th place, Annabelle Basha, New Berlin 4-H. 5th place was Peyton Lesage from Marion FFA. 4th place was Stacen Taylor from Steele FFA. 3rd place was Reese Isham, Navarro FFA. 2nd place was Hadley Prohaski from New Berlin 4-H. And 1st place was Maisie Bierstead from New Berlin 4-H. Next up, we will judge for our Division 1 champion. So in this division championship, it will be our 1st and 2nd place animals from Class 1, 2, and 3. 1st place coming out of Class 1 is Silo Purdom from Navarro FFA. 2nd place from Class 1 is Paisley Inglekey from Navarro 4-H. 1st place out of Class 2 is Brinley Bierstead, New Berlin 4-H. And 2nd place out of Class 2 is Harper Garcia from Navarro 4-H. And in Class 3, our class winner was Maisie Bierstead from New Berlin 4-H. And 2nd place is Hadley Prohaski from New Berlin 4-H. Prohaska.
Well, 6 very nice class representatives out here from your lightweight market goat division. I think that the kids that showed throughout the division really did a nice job. As I mentioned in the lightweight class, top to bottom, lots of good ones in there. Surprisingly, really for as cold as it is outside and as green as some of those goats are, really had some quality and some good to them. And I really like the 2 that soared up to the top of that class. The young lady's kind of painted up goat, or at least he's got a dark leg. I think that one's pretty darn good in terms of his build and body, like the width that he offers off both ends of his skeleton, like the power that he has when I come in and touch him, like the expression of muscle that he offers. And with all those power terms and product terms that you want to throw at him, that guy's still pretty sound, certainly good looking from the side, and I think that one pretty exciting as he comes in the ring, and you notice him for his base width and his power and his shape and center body, and then certainly one that can back up a look from the outside with some product and some shape, despite being at a weight disadvantage out here. The goat that was second to him in that class, I think that one's going to have a really bright future. I like the elevation through his chest floor. I like the turn to the outside of his leg. I like the power he has in his rear leg for as small and skinny as he is. I think that one's going to be really good as he goes. I think that's the kind of goat that goes on and gets a dot somewhere with relative ease as he matures and stoutens up. This goat that comes in and wins class 2, this black-headed one, really kind of a combination type goat, long-bodied, level-made, true and square in terms of his feet and legs. I don't know that he's the most powerfully constructed one we've seen today, but he's powerful enough and certainly pretty well made. Like his flexibility, like his functionality of his skeleton as he goes. Come in and touch this guy. He's very fresh, very expressive. Like him for his body shape and like him for his build and balance as well. Again, combination type entry there. Young lady's goat that was second in class. Really interesting guy. Really big top, really big end. Lots and lots of muscle, lots of base width. But with all that power kind of came a few problems. One that's a little coarse at the point of his shoulder, a little steeper out of his hip, a little more conventional and plainer in the way he's made. Doesn't balance up as good as the one that's right ahead of him. Then in the third class, or the heaviest class in this particular division, a good goat that comes in there, really big loin one. He's big and wide through his chest floor, like him there. Like him pretty well when the young lady gets her leg in him. You get around behind this one, maybe like to expand him in his pin set, raise him in his tail head a bit. He wants to get a little steep and a little plain on the top side of his upper hip. I like to expand him in his stifle a bit as compared to some of the rounder topped ones, or rather square topped, square hipped ones that stand ahead of him in class 1 and 2. But still one that you got to love for his center body and the power that he offers. And again, super fresh, super expressive, especially there over his rack, or over his loin rather. Young lady's goat that was second in that heavyweight class. As discussed, that one was probably my favorite in terms of the way he was built. Liked him when he went. Certainly liked the length and extension that he offers. Like the way he ties his neck into his shoulder and his shoulder into his top line. Super, super level made. If you stouten that one up, make him bigger and bolder in terms of his loin and his rear leg, I think he moves up and takes that class with relative ease. Good set of 6. There's several out here that I like a lot. Really like the lightweight. He's going to be your champion. Y'all give her a hand. As we bring in the second place from that class, as discussed, bright future for the little guy that comes in that second hole to stand in the line here. I think all 3 of these that are an option for me are certainly good. Like the young lady's second class is your reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our Division 1 reserve champion goes to Brinley Bierstead. And our Division 1 champion goes to Shiloh Purdom. Next up, we'll have Class 4. We have 8 entries, and we'll be placing 6. As a reminder, if you would like to be questions about that, you can go to the office back here in the corner. They're happy to answer those questions. To the exhibitors, whatever project you plan on selling, we need a backdrop photo with that animal, and you need to turn in the white card saying that you're going to sell that animal.
Well, another interesting class to sort with lots of differences. I think that this painted goat comes in and wins just due to his base width, due to his stoutness and mass. I think that he's got some big advantages in terms of just having some foot, some bone, some squareness and width on both ends of his skeleton. You get up on top of him. One of the bigger top goats we have in class that has some true dimension and volume in terms of his back shape. You get around behind him. He's big-ended. If you want to get real critical of this guy, maybe not as toned, not as defined. He's a little shorter necked. He's a little chunky through his front 1/3. I'd like to trim him up a bit, make him a bit more extended through his front 1/3. But I think that one's boldness of center. I think his stoutness, his added feature and mass just kind of soared him towards the top of this class. And I think he's one that doesn't have a just massive hole anywhere. Again, if we can make him a bit better in his front 1/3, cleaner, a little more extended, I think he wins with a lot more ease. But that's a pretty nice one that puts lots of good together. A young man's goat that comes second really faces or poses some challenges for me because there are some definite EST terms that you can use about this guy. One that's very expressive behind his shoulder. I think he, by far and away, has the biggest loin shape in class today. He's deep and he's square and true there, and I really like that. Like how level he is up the top side of his hip, and honestly, through his chest and his front 1/3, he's more youthful and more attractive. I like him better than the goat that stands ahead of him in class. Step around behind this guy, I think he's starting to run out of some gas. Ideally, this one needs to be deeper in his twist. He needs to have more shape in his rear leg. He needs to be more powerful to match the product and shape that he has up high. But this one reads with some good in terms of his lines. Again, very toned, very expressive, great big old loin to him. Just got to make him stouter from behind in order to beat the burly goat that's right ahead of him. A young man's goat that comes third, easily the greenest of the initial trio. I think for me, this one's just given up a little bit of width through his chest. He's given up a little tone and expression of muscle, especially over his loin edge as compared to the goat that's right ahead of him. But where he corrects that goat is that he is better and deeper and truer and wider in terms of his rear leg, like the stoutness of stifle that he has, like the depth of twist that he has. I think, honestly, to me, this one just reads the greenest and handles the greenest. You get this guy a little further along. I think he moves up and probably takes the class, but certainly one that reads with some good in terms of his build, his lines. We just need to make him a bit further along in terms of his feeding phase. He's a little raw and skinny today. Young lady's goat that comes fourth is starting to give up some balance and build. I think he's a little flatter about his rib and in his rear leg as compared to that initial trio, but still one that's got some pop and some shape down his top. And then as we start working our way down these goats, I think we start running into goats that get a little progressively narrower, a little plainer, a little less ready to go, don't have as much shape, don't have as much muscle yet today. These kids are doing a nice job, though, and it's apparent they're taking care of the basics in terms of feeding. I just need to see some of these with a few more days with feed in front of them. Groceries will be their friend, and they'll get better with time. Good job to all these kids. Y'all give them a hand as they exit.
Results from Class 4. In 6th place was Brooke Lightfoot from Marion FFA. 5th place was Mandy Jenkins from Marion FFA. 4th place was Zachary Basha from New Berlin 4-H. 3rd place was Colson Owen from New Berlin 4-H. 2nd place goes to Levi Garcia from Navarro 4-H. And our class winner was Riley Flippin from Navarro FFA. Next up in the ring is Class 5. In this class, we have 8 entries, and we'll be placing 6.
real pretty level-made goat to come in and win this particular class. I think that one's got some advantages in terms of build and balance and silhouette from the outside. That one reads with the most quality, and fortunately for me, when I come in and touch him, it doesn't disappoint. I think that this guy is easily the freshest and most expressive, most ready to go in terms of the way he handles today. If you wanted to get critical of a nice animal, I think I'd like to make him bolder in his rib shape. Maybe give him an extra shot of bone and stoutness underneath. But that said, that one's high quality in terms of his look from the outside. Handles feet and legs well. It's got some in shape to go along with a great big top. And again, ties it together with a real attractive look from the outside. Young lady's goat that comes in second, probably a little stouter at the surface, one that's big-ended, one that's got some loin shape, gives up a little bit of balance, gives up some levelness and eye appeal and design as compared to the goat that's right ahead of him. But this one is certainly good in terms of his loin edges. Certainly one that, again, has some stoutness and some product to him. Goat that comes third, one of the harder handling, more toned and defined goats we have out here. I think he may have the advantage just in terms of sheer width and stoutness, stifle to stifle when you get around behind him. I think he wants to be a little off in terms of his build and his balance. Ask him to go maybe not as smooth and as flexible as some. Probably doesn't tie his neck into his shoulder quite the way I'd like to see. But certainly one that, again, has some good things that you can say about him, especially when you get around behind him. I think that's probably where he beats the goat that comes fourth. Goat that comes fourth is big-footed, stout-made. I think you get on top of this one's hip and really steady the way his upper hip is shaped. He needs to be expanded there, and he needs to be bolder in the outside of his leg and stouter at the top of his hip in order for him to move up higher in the class today. The young lady's goat that comes next, I think one that's got some mass and some volume, probably not as toned and fresh and expressive as the goats that we see ahead of him in this particular set. The predominantly red goat that comes next is one that wants to handle a bit plainer than is ideal for me. We need to see him with more stand-up top shape. And then the two wethers that round out the class, I think both of those are certainly high cut ability, long extended ones, goats rather that we just need to see expanded in their rib shape, goats that we need to see with more width off both ends of their skeleton to lay the foundation for more muscle up high. Good job to these kids. I appreciate their work.
Results from Class 5 in 6th place, Emma Hartman from Navarro FFA. 5th place was Bella Sanderson from Navarro FFA. 4th place was Harper Shaw from New Berlin 4-H. 3rd place goes to Easton Watson from Navarro FFA. 2nd place goes to Maisie Bierstead from New Berlin 4-H. And our class winner is Ava Delgado from Clemens FFA. Coming into the ring next will be Class 6. There are 11 entries and we'll be placing 8. If you place and plan on selling your animal, please be sure to take a picture with the background. And you will receive a white auction card that needs to be turned into the office back here in the corner. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. But if you are considering selling this project, please go ahead and take a picture. We appreciate all of the donations that keep our show going. And our champion goat buckle was donated by American Manufacturing HDD Products. Our reserve champion market goat buckle was donated by Wright Oilfield Service. And our showmanship buckles for the junior division was donated by the Osowski and Hartman family. Junior showmanship buckle was donated by Quarter Moon Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. And our senior showmanship buckle was donated by the Hazy, McCall, and Richardson families. Showmanship will take place directly after the selection of our grand champion goat.
Really like the handle on the goat that sorts up and wins this one. He touches back right. He came to play in terms of the way he handles today for sure. Big back, big in. Still pretty attractive from the outside. I think if you want to get real critical of a high quality one that's really well presented today, you'd say probably needs to be a little elevated in his chest floor, maybe a bit longer in his growth pattern, but that one is awfully stout, awfully good to the touch, really at 12 o'clock in terms of the way he handles today. And again, well presented, as stout and powerful as he is, he's pretty attractive from the outside. You make him a bit more flexible as he goes, a bit better in the way he handles his rear leg, and again, make him a little longer in his growth pattern, extend him to his front 1/3 a bit. But that's a high quality one that's really good through his center. Really appreciate him for both his touch and the product that he brings to the table, and a pretty attractive package. The goat that comes in here and is second, one that's kind of hard to knock a hole in. He doesn't have any big issues. I think as compared to that one that beats him in class today, he's just out-horsed. He doesn't have that volume. He doesn't have that rib shape. He doesn't have that back shape and power that we see in an ultra stout one that stands ahead of him. Young lady's goat that comes third is one that I'm not in love with when he goes, but when she gets him stuck, he's one of the bigger ended goats we have in class, and surprisingly fresh when you get your hands on him, especially over his loin edges. We can make him better in his rib shape, make him more attractive and more proportional in terms of his build from the outside. I think he becomes even more competitive. The young man's goat that comes fourth, I think one that's really creasy right behind his blade, and I like that about him. We just need to stouten him up from behind. He gets pretty flat on the outside of his leg, pretty flat in terms of his body, but like his shape in terms of its topside power. The young lady in the pink has one that's really good looking from the outside. I think he's one of the leveler made goats we have in class. Just a little disappointing in terms of his touch and muscle shape on the top side of his skeleton today. Need to give him a little extra punch in order for him to sort up. From there, I think we start getting these goats a little progressively narrower or greener. I think towards the bottom end of the class, we have some really high cut ability ones that are long and extended, but just needed some more days on feed. They need more product. They need more width through the center part of their body to lay a foundation for more muscle and shape up high. But good job to these kids. I appreciate all their work. Y'all give them a hand as they exit, please.
Results from Class 6. In 8th place, we have Tinley Grumbles from Navarro FFA. 7th place, Bella Sanderson from Navarro FFA. 6th place, Tinley Grumbles from Navarro FFA. 5th place, Faith Forsberg, Clemens 4-H. 4th place, Easton Watson, Navarro FFA. 3rd place, Annabelle Basha, New Berlin 4-H. 2nd place, Emma Bagley, New Berlin 4-H. And 1st place goes to Rayleigh Childs from Kingsbury 4-H. We will now judge for our Division II champion. Coming out of Class 4, 1st place, Riley Flippin. And 2nd place, Levi Garcia. Out of Class 5, 1st place is Ava Delgado, and 2nd place is Maisie Bierstead. And finally in Class 6, 1st place is Rayleigh Childs, and 2nd place is Emma Bagley.
Well, three pair of nice goats to initiate their respective classes, and I think the kids have done a good job. And just like I said in the lightweights, I think every kid that showed in this middleweight division has done a good job. I've seen lots of good kids that have put in a lot of time and hours with their project. And as a first year, or I guess I should say, I have a daughter that is a first year market lamb showman at the majors and at our county show this year. And I promise you guys, I understand how much work all this is, and I really appreciate these kids and all the effort that they put into these projects. I think they're doing a great job. I think that these 6 representatives out here are nice. I think the paint goat from the lightest weight class, he's probably the fattest of the 6 that are out here. He's the chunkiest, and he kind of reads that way. He's the shortest in his neck. He's probably the loosest in terms of his hide and his belly. One, though, that you got to love for the product that he brings to the table and just the center body and the mass that he offers. He's true and square out both ends of his skeleton, good enough looking from the outside, and just like that. I like that mass. I like that power. I like that center that he offers. Just a kind of a dense goat that's got some product and power and shape, and then he's pretty enough from the outside. The goat there's a second behind him, I think that one you got to like for tone and definition and levelness. It probably needs an extra shot of outside leg. Probably needs to be a bit better in the way his rear leg moves as he goes. Goat that comes in and wins Class 2. Long, level, super pretty from the outside. Young lady does a super job getting that one looking right from the profile. Like him for his length of body, like him for his levelness. This is one that really touches back fresh and expressive. He's got some crease in terms of his rear leg. He's got some back shape to go along with that pretty look from the outside. Pretty nice combination type entry there to come in and win Class 2. The goat that was second behind him, pretty wide-made one that's got some stoutness and feature in terms of foot and bone. Pretty big-ended one. Probably not quite as well-balanced and well-made and attractive as the goat that stands ahead of him in class. Then in the third class, really, really powerful, stout one that comes in and wins. As I talked to him just recently in his class, I mean, he is really fresh, really expressive, really powerful, and by no means fat. This guy's just right in terms of the way he touches. I like his width on both ends of his skeleton. I like the power and product that he brings to the table, and still in a pretty attractive package. As I talked to him in class, maybe you could extend him to his front 1/3, make him a bit longer in his growth curve, make him better in his front end. Maybe make him a little looser in terms of his rear leg as he goes, but that's a high-quality one that's really fresh handling today and really looks the part. Then the young lady's goat, though, a second behind him, one that just kind of got outpowered in that particular pair. He doesn't have the volume of center. He doesn't have that width, stifle to stifle. He doesn't have that cracked open, really powerful skeleton that we see in the massive one ahead of him. But he's a good balanced one that's pretty fresh and attractive in terms of the way he's built, and certainly handles pretty good, just not as much total mass and shape and volume there as compared to a real stout class winner. Good set of 6. I'll go out and shake the hand of the kiddos that hold the 2 that I personally prefer, but this is a good division, and the young folks have done a good job. I'm going to take one last look and shake their hand, but y'all give them some love, please.
Congratulations to our Division II champion, Rayleigh Childs, and our Division II reserve champion, Ava Delgado. Next up will be Class 7, and in Class 7 we have 10 entries, and we'll be placing 8.
Easily the best class we've seen today. Lots of good ones in here. This one that wins this deal is pretty intriguing. This one is massive at the surface, really, really wide off both ends. Not outside his body by a bunch, but I love this one for the product, the mass, the dimension that he offers. He is incredible on the top side of his hip and in his pin set. I love the mass he offers in his rear leg. I love the expression and definition of muscle shape he has in his forearm. And those are all indicators of a great big back, and man, does he have it. This guy is incredible in terms of the top shape that he has. Really, really powerful and round in his rib shape. That's a high quality one for sure. If you want to get real critical of him, maybe just make him a bit bigger in his type and kind. Maybe make him a little smoother in his transition from shoulder to top line. But that is a super high quality one that has just an incredible amount of product and shape. This goat that comes in second is no slouch. This thing handles really well right behind his shoulder. Great big stand-up rack to this one. Lots of shape over his loin, and he's got lots of tone and shape in his rear leg. I don't know that he's got the volume of muscle that we see in the one right ahead of him. You step around behind him, he's probably just a little narrower, a little plainer. He's not as stout at the surface, but he is one that's incredibly level down his top. Probably a little leveler out of his hip and corrects our class winner from that aspect. Certainly one that's long-sided, extended, pretty. I just think he gets outmassed and outhorsed by a really, really powerful one that's still good looking right ahead of him. That's a really good pair of goats. Like both of them a great deal. Now this young lady's goat that comes third, this is a good one as well. This guy is good looking from the side, very smooth in his pattern, probably the smoothest in terms of his look from the outside. He's a little frailer at the surface. He's a little narrower as compared to some we have out here. You get right up on top of him. He just doesn't handle with that pop and that expression and that crazy volume of muscle that we see in the two goats right ahead of him, especially there over his rack. Step around behind him, and while he's by no means playing in his leg, he doesn't have that mass and shape and expression and dimension that we see in our class winner, and he doesn't have that pop and crazy shape right behind his shoulder that we see in our second place. But that's a really, really good one that I put third right there. Super, super set in this initial trio. From there, I think the young lady's goat that comes fourth is one that's really big over his loin, but wants to be a little disappointing in terms of his rack shape as compared to those three that beat him today. But he's one that reads with some quality and good from the side for sure. The young man in the blue has one that's long-sided, probably giving up too much shape and true power today to sort up. As we work our way down the line, we start running into some that just don't have that mass and that muscle that's needed to really move up and propel towards the top end of this high-quality class. But good job to all these kids. I appreciate their work. Really good set.
Results from Class 7. In 8th place, McKenna Kelm from Navarro 4-H. 7th place, Peyton Lesage, Marion FFA. 6th place, Caden Atzker, Marion FFA. 5th place, Max Hester from Kingsbury 4-H. 4th place, Brinley Bierstead, New Berlin 4-H. 3rd place goes to Shiloh Purdom from Navarro FFA. And 2nd place goes to Rayleigh Childs from Kingsbury 4-H. Our class winner is Trace Guthrie from Marion FFA. Coming into the ring next is Class 8. There's 8 entries, and we're going to place 6. Directly after the selection of our champion, our grand champion and reserve grand champion market goat, we will do showmanship, and we will do junior, intermediate, and then senior. Junior showmanship is 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. Intermediate is 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And senior showmanship is 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade.
Well, another one of those classes where there's just not a throwaway. I think that there's several nice goats in here, and these kids ought to be proud for what they've got. Even those that don't do as well as I'm sure they hoped in the class, they push these other ones real hard. A good class. I think the young lady's whether that sorts up and wins does so in terms of his feet, his legs, his skeleton, his build, and then he's got some muscle to go along with that. I think that one's just the highest quality in terms of his general functionality and the way he gets around the ring, and then he touches back with some pop, some shape, some expression of muscle. I think he just puts it together the best. The young man's goat that comes in two, I think he's really creasy, really fresh right behind his shoulder, and when he gets his head cranked up and really fires him, he looks right from the outside. Set that one in motion. He kind of comes apart just a little bit. Doesn't keep his spine and his shoulder and his body together quite as well as the goat right ahead of him. You get around behind him, he's a little disappointing in the depth of twist and the outside stifle shape that he offers. He just doesn't have as much mass as the goats on either side of him. The goat that comes third, probably the poorest handling of the initial trio. He's just a little more peaked right there behind his shoulder, a little plainer right there over his rack. I get around behind him, though, and I do think he's got an advantage over the goat that beats him in second. I think this guy's big-ended, certainly drops a lot of leg. He's got some mass back there, but we need to see him better balanced and more proportional from the side. And, again, like to see him handle with more freshness and expression as compared to the real creasy goat that's right there in second. So there's some trade-offs there in 2 and 3 for sure. The young lady's goat that comes fourth is one that it's got a great big top, but gets pretty steep out of his hip and wants to get a little easy in his top line when he goes. I think from there we start running into some that just simply don't have that mass and that shape and that center body that we see in those above them in class. They just need a little extra shot of true power and volume in order to sort up and truly compete towards the top. Good job to these kids. I appreciate the work.
Results from Class 8. 6th place, Dominic Scarmozzi. Navarro 4-H. 5th place, Riggs Martinez, Navarro FFA. 4th place, Emma Hartman, Navarro FFA. 3rd place, Colson Owen, New Berlin 4-H. 2nd place, Luke Prohaski. Haska, I'm sorry. Anyway, from New Berlin 4-H. And 1st place is Paisley Inglekey from Navarro 4-H. Next up is Class 9. We have 8 entries. We'll be placing 6. If you have placed a goat and plan on selling a goat, please make sure you have a backdrop picture with that goat and you have turned in your white auction card to the office. If you have a goat that you have placed with and you're not sure if you're going to sell the goat, please take the backdrop photo. The cards will be accepted through Friday. As soon as you know which project you're going to put in the auction, please turn in your card. Directly following our Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion selection, we will be doing showmanship, starting with littles. The junior showmanship will go first, then intermediate, followed by our senior showmanship.
pretty special one sourced to the top of this deal. That one came to play for sure. That's a good one. Love that one in terms of his build, his balance from the outside. I like him for his touch, for his tone. He's expressive. Maybe not the most extreme one we've seen today, but he is really out there in terms of some of those terms that we can use: muscle, shape, expression, tone, definition. I think he's certainly one that handles his feet and legs well enough. One thing I noticed, and I don't even know that you can really criticize him for it, he wants to get pretty easy on his right rear pastern, but not necessarily his left. I'm not sure what's going on there, but that's a solid one that's really, really salty. Lots of good to be found in that unit. Young man's Gotha comes second. Creased up, really handles right today. Maybe a little plainer through his center body, maybe a little frailer at the surface as compared to a really unique one ahead of him. But this guy touches back with lots of shape. You get his head cranked up and view that one down his top line. It's apparent he's got some quality and some good, and he backs it up upon close inspection. Gotha comes third. It just kind of powers his way up to that third hole. Not as well balanced as some we see in the class, but I think one that you got to like for his loin edge, for the shape he offers down the top side of his skeleton. Young Lady's Gotha comes fourth, has some turn to his leg, has some length of body, but starts to give up some shape and some product up high. The same could be said for the young man's blonde goat, one that wants to get a little down-fronted and wants to be a little plainer and pudgier through his front one-third. Get your hands on him. He's got some back shape, though. From there, we start running into some real green ones. The spot-shouldered goat, still skinny despite his size. Pretty good looking from the side, though. I think that one, as he fills out and matures, is just going to get better. The young man's goat that comes next, I think one that probably for me needs to be a scotch wider, needs to be bigger in terms of his top-side shape. On this case, same could be said for the young man's goat that rounds out the class. I think maybe one that's a little flat in his leg, maybe one that's a little flat in his rib shape, and correspondingly doesn't have quite as much shape over his rack. Good set, though, through and through. Not a bad one in here. Nice set of heavyweight goats for sure. Y'all give the kids a hand as they exit, please.
Results from Class 9, 6th place, Caden Atzker from Marion FFA. 5th place, August Engelke from Navarro 4-H. 4th place, Adeline Scarmozy from Navarro 4-H. 3rd place was August Engelke from Navarro 4-H. 2nd place was Luke Pershaska from New Berlin 4-H. And 1st place is Alexis Guthrie from Marion FFA. Now coming back into the ring for consideration for Division III champion out of Class 7, our class winner was Trace Guthrie from Marion FFA. And 2nd place out of that class is Riley Childs from Kingsbury 4-H. From Class 8, 1st place, Paisley Engelke from Navarro 4-H. And 2nd place, Luke Pershaska from New Berlin 4-H. And out of Class 9, in 1st place, we have Alexis Guthrie from Marion FFA, and 2nd place is Luke Pershaska from New Berlin 4-H. Immediately after our Division III champion drive, we will have our grand champion and reserve grand champion drive, and then we will have showmanship, starting with junior showmanship, 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders, then junior showmanship, which is 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, followed by senior showmanship to conclude the show, and that will be 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th graders.
super high quality division. I think the water's certainly deep as you get into this deal. I think there's some super high quality ones out here that get a look anywhere they go. Really like the lightweight class winner, or the lightest weight in this particular division class winner. That guy's tremendous in terms of his center, in terms of the mass he offers. Really big-footed, heavy-boned, still pretty sound. Just tremendous in terms of the end shape that he has, tremendous in terms of the base width that he has, while still being attractive and correct in terms of his width. He's not way outside of his body. He's just massive in terms of his hip, massive in terms of his rib. Probably the best handling goat we have out here. Really fresh, really expressive, lots of muscle, lots of shape. As I criticized that one just a little bit in class, you could see him tying in better, his blade into his top line a bit better. You could see him a little bigger in his type and kind, maybe a little longer and more extended through his front 1/3. But that guy is tremendous in terms of his leg, the power that he offers, and the freshness and expression of muscle that he provides. Goat that's second behind him, super level made, really fresh, bold handling one that's really good right behind his shoulder. He's as big racked as anything we have, and I think he corrects that class winner in that he is ultra level down his top, probably a little leveler out of his hip as well. He doesn't have near the product and shape right behind him. You get down and study this guy at the surface and study him off his rear too. He's just not as big in his hip. He's not as powerful through his leg. But this is another one that's really wide through his chest, really bold and expressive up high. Touches back really right today. Very fresh handling goat. Goat comes in and wins class 2. Just kind of one that was the most fault-free in that particular group. I think one that probably, to me, doesn't have as much rib shape and as much turn to the outside of his leg as the goats on either side of him, but certainly a good-looking one that's relatively hard to punch a big hole in. The goat that was second behind that one, I think, gives up some uniformity of line, some build, and some balance. The goat that comes in here and wins class 3, that one's built for speed. He's built right, kind of a goat in sheep's clothing. I like him for his rib shape. I like him for the turn to his leg. I like him for the flexibility he offers off of his rear too, to be that stout and still get around like that. Don't know that he's the stoutest one out here. I think the lightweight's probably truly the stoutest, but that guy's way big muscled, way good looking to go right along with it. That's an excellent one. Young man's goat, though, was second behind him. I think that guy's really fresh, really expressive, and reads good in his top line, reads with some quality, probably getting a little outpowered. You study him at the surface. He doesn't have the foot, the bone, the width, doesn't have that mass in his leg, but still a really high-quality one that comes second in a tough class. Really fun division to sort, and as I said in the previous 2, I think all the kids in this division, top to bottom, really did a nice job with their goats. I appreciate their work. I'm going to evaluate these one last time and shake the hands of the kids that hold the 2 that I personally prefer, but excellent set. Y'all give these kids a hand for all their work.
Congratulations to our Division 3 champion, Alexis Guthrie from Marion FFA. And reserve of Division 3 goes to Trace Guthrie from Marion FFA. Now entering the ring for consideration for our grand champion market goat. From our Division 1, our champion Shiloh Purdom from Navarro FFA. Reserve champion from Division 1 is Brinley Bierstead, New Berlin 4-H. Our champion from Division 2 is Riley Childs from Kingsbury 4-H. And reserve champion was Ava Delgado from Clemens FFA. And in Division 3, our champion is Alexis Guthrie and from Marion FFA. And our reserve champion is Trace Guthrie from Marion FFA. Our buckle donors for our market goat classes are here to present. For the champion goat buckle was donated by American Manufacturing HDD Products, and Preston Richardson is here to present the buckle on their behalf. And reserve champion market goat buckle was donated by Wright Oil Field Services.
Oh, folks, as we wrap up the Market Goat Show, and I know we still have the showmanship to come, I just want to say a big thank you to all of you for having me here. It's really a pleasure to get to interact with high-quality kiddos and certainly get to see some good livestock. That really warms my heart on a cold day and makes it a lot of fun. I really appreciate the opportunity to get to interact with these young people, and I hope that they've had a good day, and I hope that they've learned something, and I hope that they've had a good time, win or lose. I hope they take something home. And, you know, I love the livestock for sure, and I am a high-quality livestock enthusiast. That's my thing. I love it. But I think that we have to keep in mind what this is really all about. I hope that you guys that are out here, you that made it to the actual grand drive, and all the kids actually that are been showing here today, I hope that you all realize that no matter what you actually win in the actual show, you're going to be rewarded if you do this the right way. The good Lord is going to bless you with lessons learned, responsibilities, learned, friends made, family members, time spent with, things of that nature. You will be blessed by this deal if you do it the right way. I'm a firm believer that there's no better place to raise a kid outside of church itself than a stock show. And you guys are doing a good job with these kiddos. I really appreciate their work ethic, top to bottom. I appreciate their sincerity and their heart and their effort. It means a lot. I hope that you guys that are out here showing, and those that I've already showed, I hope that you keep that in mind, that the prize may not necessarily be the buckle or the banner that you win today, but the prize that you truly get is the time that you get to spend with people that you love, your friends, your family. Don't take that for granted, because sometimes, unfortunately, those folks aren't going to be around. Hug them, thank them for all their work, thank them for their effort, thank them for the time they spend with you. They're blessing you, and I know you guys will be blessed by the good Lord by the time you put into this. Again, do it the right way, and it'll pay back dividends for years and years of your life. If y'all don't mind, put your hands together. Thank every kid that showed a goat today. As I said, I'm a quality livestock enthusiast, and I am enthused today. There's some good ones out here for sure. There's goats out here that get a look anywhere they go, and I mean anywhere. You know, I get to judge lots of places, the Midwest, out on the West Coast, really all over the country, and people always say, they always say, well, you're from Texas, like how does our animal set, how does that really compare to Texas? And I'll say your top end's really nice, but in Texas, we're humble, but we're still the best. And that rings absolutely true here, because we're at a county show with probably, less than 100 head of goats, and we've got several out here that knock on the door at a big one. Really proud of this set of goats, really proud of these kids for showing such good ones. This lightweight, guys, I'm not scared to go get a little one, and that one plays. That's a good little goat, like his width, like his stoutness, like his balance, his power, his pretty. That's a pretty complete one that's hard to get around despite only weighing 60-something pounds. That's a high-quality one. You can tell from the time he sets foot in the ring that guy's going places, and I suspect that as he matures, he gets better. That's a nice one. Goat that's second behind him, super hard to punch a hole in that guy. He's long, he's level, he's good in terms of his feet and legs, touches back good today. That's a high-quality one that's build and balance is very, very nice. This goat that comes in and win Division II, that's as fresh and big-topped handling one as you'll find. I mean, that guy is at 12 o'clock in terms of his touch. Really like the product and the power that he brings to the table, especially as you handle him there over his rack. I think that that guy is extra good in terms of his power. I think you got to like him still. Despite all that mass and that volume, he's still pretty attractive from the outside. As I criticized him just a little bit a couple times today, he's maybe a little quick. Maybe a little lower fronted, maybe not quite as extended and cool as some of these out here. But that guy is high quality, and that young lady's doing a super job getting that one showed. Like him a bunch. Goat that was reserve in that division, super level made, real pretty, real high cutability. Probably needs an extra shot of stoutness and leg and power as compared to some of these monsters out here. But that's another one that just gets better with time and days on feed. Then you come out here to the heavyweight division, and I think you've got a pair that are just super interesting. This black-headed goat, I joked around and said he's a sheep in goat's clothing, but he really is. That one's rib shape is extra special. His elevation through his chest floor is really cool. Love the way he ties his neck into his shoulder, and I love the way he ties his shoulder into his top line and the way he keeps that all put together when he goes in motion. For one that's that cool made, he's still got a great big end, handles his rear leg very, very well as he goes. It's pretty bad when the only criticism you really have on a goat is he's maybe a little weak in his pasterns. I would like to fix him there if you wanted to change one up. But that is an ultra good made one that is really, really right from the side, and then he can 100% back it up when you get around on top of him. Goat that's second or reserve in that division. Probably the stoutest goat out here. Just incredible in terms of the back shape that he offers. He's massive on the top side of his hip, really deep and powerful in his leg. Just really, really stout featured and massive throughout. Yeah, he does all that without being extra coarse. I think that's a high quality one that reads really good. If you had to get real critical of him, he's one that could probably tie his shoulder into his top line a bit smoother. Could be a little better, maybe a little longer in terms of his feeding phase or his maturity pattern rather. Maybe like to make him a bit bigger in his type and kind, but that is an extra good one as well. That really, again, gets a look everywhere he goes. Super outstanding set. It's been my pleasure to get to sort these animals. It's been an honor to get to interact with these young people. I can't separate the heavies. They'll be grand in reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our grand champion market goat for the 2025 Guadalupe County Youth Show goes to Alexis Guthrie from Marion FFA. And reserve goes to Trace Guthrie from Marion FFA. Presenting the buckles for the champion goat. The buckle came from American Manufacturing HDD Products, and it's presented today by Preston Richardson. Our reserve champion market goat buckle was donated by Wright Oil Field Services and will be presented by Brandy and Clay Wright. Immediately following these photographs, we will be starting with showmanship, junior showmanship, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. You did not need to sign up. Please start lining up in the staging area if you plan on having your 3rd, 4th, or 5th graders show in showmanship. There's a Dodge pickup truck parked over by the Coliseum. License plate TFW5050. You have other exhibitors blocked in, and the truck needs to move. It's a silver truck with a black front end. If you have a goat in the barn that you may sell, please make sure you take a backdrop photo with that goat before it leaves the grounds today. If you have decided that you're going to sell your goat, please turn in your white auction card to the office back here in the corner of the dance slab as soon as you know what you are selling. Now entering the ring is junior showmanship. This is our 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders. If you have a 6th, 7th, or 8th grader that would like to do intermediate showmanship, please send them to the holding ring. If you have a senior student, so a high school student, 9th, 10th, 11th, or 12th grade that would like to do showmanship, please let them come and line up also. So if you're doing intermediate or senior showmanship, you can go ahead and line up.
Well, a very competitive set of younger showmen. I think that these kids do a super nice job. Tough class, and it's hard for me to really separate one out to just have one that actually wins. But I think they're all doing a real good job of taking care of the basics. But I wanted to discuss with them just briefly what I see from the judges' perspective. August is the young man to my far left. August, you're doing a good job of getting that doe's head up and on top of her shoulders and making her top line look pretty good. Let's make sure we take care of feet and leg placement all the time. Make sure that we take advantage of every bit of base width that good doe has, especially through her chest, okay? Don't be afraid to pop her chest, get her true and square in terms of her feet and legs. But good job with eye contact. Good job with getting that doe's head up, cranked up on top of her shoulders, and making her feel really good when I come in and touch her. Hadley's the young lady here in the black. Hadley, you're doing a good job of getting that one's head up as well. I'd say on that one, make sure that he drives, okay, because he's so long and so pretty and so level sometimes that he wants to get a little easy in his top line when you don't get a real quick crank on him. But so get that good crank on him. Let's see that muscle shape in his top line, and then let's make sure his feet and legs stay true and square. But you're doing a good job of getting his head up, and you're doing a good job of eye contact with me, and you've got a lot of personality. You got lots going for you for sure. Luke here's the young man that's next. I think, Luke, you've got some advantages out here because you're so strong, okay? You can kind of make that goat do what you want to. And it shows from the outside, honestly. That goat's got a great big crease down his top, and some of that's because you're doing a great job getting him stuck. Most of the time, feet and legs are appropriately placed. You're really getting some drive out of that one. And I can't stress enough how important that is, especially at this age and stage, that we take care of the basics of feet and legs, get them stuck, make them drive hard, and make them look good from the outside. That's a big deal. Paisley there is kind of in the Paisley shirt. That's how I can remember her name. She's got a lot going for her in terms of ring presence and ring awareness. You're doing a good job of making that one rock solid when I come in and touch her. On that particular goat, I would say pop her again, get a little extra stretch out of her front end. Let's make sure her front legs are true and square. Yeah, that looks better. Work on getting her top down just a little bit, but that one's a really nice doe that's got a lot of firmness and expression of muscle, and you take good advantage of that when I come in and touch her. I think you're doing a good, complete job of showmanship. You've done a good job all day with whatever you brought in the ring. Bella's the young lady here with the vest. Bella, I would say on that particular goat, he wants to kind of suck back. He doesn't want to drive into you when I come in for close inspection. So just think of this. It's just like somebody with their arm flexed. When you flex your arm, your muscle looks big, okay? Or it feels big. Same way with a goat. We want that goat's top line to be flexed, okay? So when that judge comes in, he feels like he has more muscle. So let's work at home with getting that one to push back into you when you drive, and things will work better. He'll look better and feel better for me when I come in and touch him. But good job with eye contact. Good job with getting his head cranked up and making him move around. Blake's the young man here with the black vest. Blake, you're doing a good job of getting that one's head up. The majority of the time, that one's driven fairly well when I come in and touch him. Let's make sure that one stays true and square in terms of feet and legs. Let's get a little more length and extension out of him, and let's work on getting that one's top down, okay? That one wants to get his loin up a little bit, so let's work on getting him stretched out, getting that top pushed down, trying to make him leveler in his top line if we can, okay? Good job to you as well. Riggs is next. Riggs, I would say on that particular one, you're getting his head up, you're getting him pretty good in terms of his look from the profile, and you're getting feet and legs taken care of. Great job and check marks by all those boxes. Let's work on that one driving harder, okay? When I come in and touch him, let's get around in front of him, get our hands under his jaw, and really make that goat push into you, okay? Let's push him off a table or something at home where he knows he can't back up, and let's make sure that he knows that he's supposed to drive into you. Just like the same analogy I used earlier about the muscle, let's make him tense that muscle, really show off how much product and mass he has on the top side of his skeleton. Tinsley's next in the purple. Tinsley, I think you're doing a good job of cranking that one's head up the majority of the time. You got good eye contact with me. In terms of things that I'd fix a little bit, I'd probably like to see you get his rear end pushed towards the judge a little bit. See how his rear end is kind of fading away from me? So when those goats are all in a line like that and their rear ends fade away, it makes them look plainer in their leg, makes them look lighter in their leg. So if you need to be either truly square with the line or make his end a little further out, and let's make him stand true and wide and square off both legs off his back end, make him look a little stouter from behind, okay? Macy's here in the purple. Macy's here in the purple. She's doing a really good job of getting this one looking right from the side. I think she takes care of feet and legs very well. This one's appropriate in the amount of stretch that he has. I like how you gather that ear up. Give me a good look at that one's front end and that one's neck. You do a good job of top line, managing things, whether stuck or on the move. You're another one that I've just noticed all day in terms of quality of showmanship, and you really tie some things together good for sure. Doing a nice job today overall. Harper's the young lady to my far right. Harper, I think most of the time when I come in and touch this one, he handles pretty good. I would work on getting that one's head squared up with the rest of his body. And let's remember, keep his nose in line with his spine and then pop his chest so his legs stay true and square. That'll make me have a little better look at that one, especially when I'm off over here and look at the 3/4 angle, okay? So top down, chest popped, and nose in line with spine so he's all in one straight line, okay? Super set of young kids. Tough for me to make a decision. If y'all don't mind, put your hands together, thank them for their work, and I'll pick your winner.
Congratulations to Maisie Bierstead for our junior showmanship. That buckle was donated by the Oslowski and Hartman family. We'll take a minute and take a picture for that, and then we'll follow this with our our intermediate showmanship. As our intermediate showmanship comes into the ring, we want to take a moment and appreciate Presley Just, our Guadalupe County princess, for coming and handing out all of our awards today. We appreciate your help. Now coming in the ring is intermediate showmanship. Our buckle was donated by Quarter Moon Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. If you have a senior showman, please make sure that they make their way to the holding area. Senior showmanship is for anyone in high school.
once again, a competitive set of individuals in the showmanship contest. And I think that the ones that aren't quite where they need to be certainly push those that are. I think this is a competitive quality group through and through, and I appreciate all these kids and their work and their effort that they put into these projects. All take care of the basics real well. Trace is the young man to my far left here. Trace, I'd say doing a good job with that one. Rock solid every time I come and touch him. He really looks the part from the outside. I would say probably the thing you need to work on with him the most, and I'm sure you know this, is just making him go and move out with his head up high. Sometimes he wants to drag that head down and fight you a little bit on the move. I would like to see him corrected there a little bit. But you're doing a good job of taking care of feet and legs, and you try to show off that one's end, which is considerable. Doing a good job of making him drive and look right from the profile as well. Very good showmanship ability overall. Lottie here is next. I would say this one is wanting to get feet and legs set right the majority of time. One thing that I would probably change, Lottie, is sometimes you get that one's nose almost too straight up in the air. I love where his head's at, but I would let his nose relax and come down just a little bit, and I think that'll make him be willing to stand there and look better in his top line for an extended period of time. But take care of the basics very, very well. You get everything out of that one in terms of length of body. He's typically driven pretty hard when I come in and touch him. Good eye contact with me, good ring awareness and all that. I really think you're doing a nice job. Dominic's next. Dominic, I would say on that one, let's make sure that we don't get that one overextended. Okay, sometimes he wants to get a little too stretched out off of his back legs, but I like the way you take care of his front 1/3, like how true and square his front legs typically are. And most of the time I come in for close inspection and he gets a pretty good handle on this one. I'd work on getting around in front of him a little more, getting my hands on either side of his head instead of one on the back of his head. I get my hands on either side of his jaw and work on pushing into him and him pushing into you instead of you having to hold him against you, okay? But good job. Enjoyed visiting with you. Good eye contact with me. Colson's in the blue. Colson, I would say on this particular one, at times he doesn't want to stand quite as true and square. He wants to get off. He'll fidget around with his legs a little bit. Probably just tired, just being a goat, honestly. But let's work on making sure he stands true and square and is willing to just stand for an extended period of time. Let's also work on him pushing into you. He's typically driven hard when I come in for close inspection, but let's work on making him drive into you a little bit more just when you're standing at profile so he can get a little more pop out of that leg, a little more shape out of his top, okay? Good job there. In terms of eye contact, though, leaving some room in front of you, things of that nature, getting around in front of him. I like all those things about your showmanship style for sure. Haley's the young lady in the green here. Haley, you're doing a good job of making that one's top line really level. You're doing a good job of keeping him good behind his blade. I would say work on getting his head squared up with his body. Okay, sometimes he wants to get his nose out of line with his spine and the rest of his body. Makes him look a little off in terms of his build and his balance. I think he'd improve his overall profile and look, like that if you get him square and true. And then don't be afraid, especially when I come in and touch him, to get around in front of him a little more, when to get a little more drive out of him. Good job, though. Ring awareness, you got yourself some room in front of you. I like the way that goat typically leads around. I like the way that you get his head cranked up. Good eye contact with me. Abby, is that right? Abby's the young lady here with the kind of rose-colored shirt and sweater vest. Doing a good job of getting this one driven pretty hard. Feet and legs are nice and true and square. You're another one that I would say, let's relax his nose just a little bit. Let his nose come down. That will make him better in his top line the majority of the time. Let's work on getting his loin down and his chest up. And I think that balances him out a little better. A lot of times when you crank those noses straight up in the air, it makes those goats a little weaker in their top line. So I like where his head's at in terms of position, but I'd like to let his nose come down but leave his head where it is if possible. But good job overall. Good job with eye contact with me. Good job with making that one drive pretty hard the majority of the time. And then I really like the way you take care of feet and legs and the way that one's just willing to stand. Very, very good. Brindley is next. Brindley, you've got a real good positive showmanship style. I like the way that you handle things. I like the way that you're pretty aggressive in the way you get them set up. You're not too fast. You're not hurried, but you take care of business in a hurry. You're smooth. Feet and legs look good. Top lines look good. Heads, necks look good. Pretty hard to punch a hole in a showmanship style like the one you got. I really like the way that you place your hands. I like the way you get some drive out of that one. Like the way you take care of his top line. Really like the way that one goes for you. Like and appreciate the elevation he has through his front end and the way you take advantage of that when you set him in motion. Emma's here in the bright colored shirt with the paint goat. Emma, I would say that this goat wants to overextend. Okay, he drives super hard, and I like that, but he takes it too far. He wants to get easy in his top because of it. Actually works to his detriment. He overdrives on you a little bit, and you're working with him to get him to trying to avoid that. So I don't think I'm telling you anything that you don't know, but let's work on making sure that he doesn't overdrive and get weak in his top line. It'll work out better for you. Brooke is the young lady here in the white shirt or white vest. Brooke, you're doing a good job of length of body, and the majority of time that goes super level down his top. I would work on making sure that one drives into you a little bit, okay? It looks to me like you're pulling him to you. Ideally, you would be pushing into him, and he would be pushing into you. Get him a little more tone and flex out of his rear leg. Make him look like he has a little more shape in his top. But good job with posture. Good job with eye contact. Good job with giving yourself some room in the ring, okay? Allison, right? Allison doing a good job with this one in terms of levelness. This guy is really level and pretty from the side. You get him cranked up and looking good in terms of his front 1/3. Feet and legs are placed well. I would say let's get around in front of him. Let's get a little more drive out of him when he's on profile, not just when I come in and touch him. Reason being, if you're not driving super hard and everybody else down here is, I don't see that pop in his leg. I don't see that definition in his muscle and down his top. That'd be something I would change maybe a little bit. I'd go ahead and get around in front of him, work on making him push into you while you push into him, even when you're on profile, okay? Good eye contact with me. Good job keeping his head up. Again, good job taking care of business in terms of his lines and especially his hip. But let's work on doing that through his front 1/3. I think you'll get a little more out of him going down the road. Scarlett, good job, top line. This is a well-made goat that's real pretty from the side. You take care of it. You take advantage of that. I would say on this particular one, let's make sure that feet and legs are organized, okay? He's good in his top line. You take care of that. You take care of making him look appropriate in terms of his lines. Sometimes I see his feet and legs off. Some of that's probably just him being a little tired. He's shown several times today. But like right now, he's wanting to hyperextend his back right leg. And it makes him look off, makes him look plain in a skeleton. Don't be afraid to walk him in a circle, get him reset, make those legs true and square. Don't forget to pop his chest. I want to see some width through his chest, not just off of his back too, okay? If you fix that, fix his back leg, make him correct in the angle to his back leg, I think he looks and reads with more shape and muscle down his top. Super good job, though. Extension, getting his head up, making him long and level in his lines. That goat typically looks pretty good when you get him on the move as well. I like the way you take care of things there. Let's just make sure that he'll stand true and square and wide. I think you'll get a little further along. Then we've got Emma again here, not again, but another Emma, rather, to my far right with this kind of roan red-colored goat. Emma, I'd say on that one, let's get his head cranked up on top of his shoulder, and let's get a little more drive out of him. But super good job of eye contact. Good job with setting those rear legs. Let's just not forget that those judges, especially guys like me, read about as much about an animal through their front 1/3 as we do their rear. And so let's take care of base width through his chest. I think you'll be in business. Super good set again. Really competitive group. I'm going to have to take one last look, and I'll shake the hand of your winner. Y'all put your hands together.
Congratulations to Brinley Bierstead from New Berlin 4-H. The intermediate showmanship buckle will be presented by Joel Frederick from Quarter Moon Plumbing, Heating and Air Conditioning. While they take these photographs, we want to take a moment to acknowledge Joel Frederick as our GOAT chairman. He helps us put everything together and does a wonderful job of organizing this show. Now entering the ring is our senior showmanship. Our senior showmanship buckle was donated by the Hazy, McCall, and Richardson families. We'd also like to take a moment and thank Jess for coming and judging our show today. We appreciate him getting out on these nasty roads this morning and making it here to judge our show. Thank you.
Well, a good set of senior show ladies. Can't really say showmen here. Do y'all tell high school boys y'all can't compete in this deal? Don't even bother? I think that's what must be the deal. I mean, these girls are serious about it. And I'll tell you, I'm not saying this. I'd say this whether it was all boys or all girls or mixed or whatever out here. I kind of say this every time in senior showmanship. Just one of my things, and it's not me pointing fingers at you guys. It's me. When I point my finger, there's several of those fingers pointing right back at me. Don't forget that hopefully there's a lot of young kids out here watching you seniors, and you guys are doing a bang-up job in terms of showmanship. But just remember that those little kids are watching you now for the showmanship deal, but they watch y'all all the time. I mean, they idolize you older kids. So don't forget that there's somebody always watching, and let's give them something good to watch, okay? Let's give them somebody that's high quality in terms of their personality and in terms of their integrity and their character to look up to. Let's give them a positive role model. And if you guys will do that, you will be blessed for it, absolutely. And I know y'all have that in you, and I know you can. And I say that knowing that I wasn't always that guy. I wasn't always the guy that was a good role model for younger people. I was the guy that screwed up a lot, and I wish I would have done that very, very differently as I've gotten older and have kids of my own and things of that nature. So I know that you girls, you ladies, rather, you young ladies will absolutely do that. I have full faith in you. Super good set of young women out here. Really enjoyed visiting with them. Really high quality set of individuals. I can tell that just in the brief visits that we have. Ava is the young lady to the far left in this line. Ava, you're doing a good job in making that one's top line right. He's getting a little tired, fighting you a little bit, but you've done a good job with every animal you've walked in the ring with today. You take care of top lines. You generally have them look really good from profile. You get a good drive out of them. You got a lot of ring presence. You know where you are in the ring, what you're supposed to do. You take care of the basics very well, and just like that, you can make one look sharp from the profile, and that's what it takes to win a big one. You got to be able to drive them, you got to be able to walk them, but you've got to be able to make them look right from the side if you want to win a big one. Very, very good job. Stacey is next in the kind of rose-colored sweater here. Stacey, you're doing a good job of top line for sure. Every time I see this one, he's nice and level. His feet and legs are generally parked right in terms of true and square. I would say if you can, get his neck right up on top of his shoulders just a little more. Let's get him driving just a little harder. Let's make sure that we take care of the basics in terms of pushing those sides smoothly. And I'm not saying you should do that. I'm saying you do that. You take care of those basics very well. You have good eye contact with me. You're fun to visit with. Again, super level, super good in terms of feet and legs. I think you got a bright future ahead of you. Super good job in terms of goat showmanship today. Mandy's the young lady that's next. She was talking to me about her plans for going on and competing at the collegiate level in some sports, and that's something I'm envious of because I was never any good at anything that required physical ability. So I think your athleticism works to your favor. I would say in this particular situation on the showmanship deal, let's continue to work on getting him to drive a little harder into you. Let's work on making sure feet and legs are true and square. And like right now, sometimes that goat wants to be off in terms of his front legs. Don't forget that those judges a lot of times are sorting them based on chest width and things of that nature. So don't overlook that. Do just as much work on getting front legs right as you do back legs, and that'll work to your favor as you go on. But another young lady that has a lot of ring presence, ring awareness, takes care of the basics very well, and has a real bright future. Riley's next with this kind of Oreo goat that's got paint on both sides and cream right in the middle. You're doing a good job of feet and legs, making him true and square. He's a little short-necked, like I talked about him in class, and you do a good job of cranking his head up, trying to show that out of him. And, that's showmanship. Never was been a perfect one made. You got to try to hide those flaws and really show off the quality aspects. And you do a good job of most of those things. Do a good job of taking care of the basics and then pushing it a step further, making sure that I get a right look from the outside. So great job to you. Shiloh's next. Shiloh's got a good little one, and I think you do a real solid job getting a little one shown. As somebody that's 6'4", it's hard to show small animals, and not that you're that tall, but a little bitty one's hard to show regardless of your size, and you do a bang-up job of making him look right from the outside. Feet and legs are taken care of. He generally will move out way good for you. If I could change anything, let's let his nose come down at times. Sometimes you want to get his nose straight up in the air, makes him look a little easy in his top. That'd be one thing that I might change just a little bit. But good job overall, Shiloh, of getting that one put together and shown and driven and having a lot of ring presence and knowing exactly what you need to do to get the most out of that one. Really like your showmanship style. Hayden, is that right? Okay, Hayden. Hayden on that one, I would say you get his head cranked up and you get him looking pretty good from the profile. One thing that I would work on him is kind of that driving back, okay? Instead of pulling him to you, let's push into him and him push into you and get that flex and that muscularity. And that might be something you got to work with more at the house than right here today, but just get him to drive a little harder into you and work on getting his top down, making him look a little leveler from the outside. But enjoyed visiting with you. Way to keep his head up. Like him generally when he gets into motion. You take care of the basics pretty well in terms of being on the correct side and all that kind of stuff. I think you do a good job overall. Reese is next. Reese, you've got a real stout one. Just like I talked to him in class, he's super muscular. You typically drive him really hard. I like that. I like the power and the product that you get shown off in him so well. One thing that, like right now, I'd fix just a little bit. Don't forget to pop his chest and get his feet and legs true and square on his front end, just like his back end, okay? Because so many times guys like me are really studying them through their front end and not just off their back too. On him, as wide and kind of off as he is, and I kind of criticized that one in class for being a little too straight on his leg, maybe a little outside his body. You might bring his back legs in just a little. Don't be afraid to just keep him right inside his body, okay? I think it'll make him look better from the outside, make him look a little less extreme in terms of his structure, okay? But in terms of keeping his head up, making him look right from the profile, the majority of the time, keeping him driven, all that. I mean, you've got the basics and beyond by some margin. You're doing a really nice job. You're very competitive in this group. Rayleigh is next. I had a hard time with Rayleigh. That one's a good name. Rayleigh, you make this one look bang up from the outside, okay? He looks right now. I mean, he is true. He's square in terms of his feet and legs. You got him perfect from his silhouette, perfect in terms of extension, rock solid when I come in and touch him. Really, my only criticism of you with this particular goat, and part of it is he's just tired today. When you try to get him to go, he fights you. He fights you, wants to pull his head down, won't keep that head cranked up and really going, really wants to work against you on the move. But you certainly know exactly what he's supposed to do. You get him right from the side. I think you were super competitive in the showmanship deal. You've done a great bang-up job with each one that you've hauled in the ring all day. Really like your hand placement. Really like your leg placement. I really like the drive you get out of them. I like your ring awareness and ring presence. You checking off a lot of boxes. Super job today. Alexis with the black-headed goat rounds out the deal. She's to my far right. Alexis, you do as good a job as anybody out here of just making them look really good on the move. Head's way cranked up. That goat will move out each and every time for you. That speaks to me of a lot of hours spent at the house making sure that he's right in terms of his neck set and neck carriage as he goes. That really makes a really good one, makes him look even better when he's in motion. You do a good job of that. You also do a great job of feet and leg placement, getting the right amount of extension out of him. Like how you just gathered that ear up so I can see how long and attractive his neck is. Like the way you take care of that one's top line. You do a good job of all the basics and then getting a little extra out of him in terms of pop and look and design. Take care of things as far as me moving around. I did a lot of back and forth and swinging through these kids, and I'll tell you, yes, that matters. I mean, being on the correct side, all that matters. But what I'm looking for in showmanship is someone that gets it done, okay? I want somebody that, whether they're stuck, whether they're on the move, makes that animal look their absolute best. And the way I kind of judge showmanship, especially on you bigger kids, is if y'all came to my house and were looking at my sheep and wanted to buy one, which one of y'all would I be excited was going to take one of mine because they were such a good showman and everything kind of came together and you could really show off that animal? And the answer to that is there's a whole bunch of y'all that fit that bill, okay? It comes down to just a few minor things that either work out or don't work out for you in this particular showmanship session. This is as competitive a group as we've seen today. Super challenging for me to pick just one. The young lady to my far right is going to be your winner. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our senior showman. Goes to Alexis Guthrie from Marion FFA.